Good morning, members, and welcome to this meeting of full council. Today's meeting is being live streamed and recorded, and the recording will be made available on the council website for public listening. Could I remind councillors to follow good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off your video when you're not addressing the meeting, writing S or speaking the Teams chat function when you want to contribute rather than raising your hand. If you're in the hall, you can do this on your iPhone or iPad. Those in the room without access to Microsoft Teams chat, if you wish to speak, please catch the attention of Nick Evans, who will enter your name into the chat. Please don't repeat contributions already made by other members. No material should be posted in the chat function if it is intended as part of the discussion. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting, please either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time or write leave in the Teams chat function and then join when you rejoin the meeting so we can keep track on whether the meeting is coded. All members should speak clearly and directly into the microphone when making contributions, and when referring to reports, please provide reference to the relevant page and paragraph to allow everyone to follow. Please focus contributions on areas where clarification is required or to propose an alternative to a recommendation. Members may notice that when calling members to speak, I will refer to them formally as using the title councillor, so it is clear who are councillors and who, by the process of elimination, are officers. Today, our agenda is focused on the budget and council tax, and we have 3 budget proposals to consider. I'm going to take a few moments to outline how I intend to conduct the meeting. 3 group budget proposals were provided to the Chief Financial Officer by Monday, the 17th of February, and were made public and issued to all council members on Thursday, the 20th of February. The budget comprises both revenue and capital proposals and have been submitted within the agreed timescale. I draw members' attention to Standing Order 10.2.6, which states that the mover of a motion or amendment shall speak for not more than 5 minutes, and each succeeding speaker will speak for not more than 2 minutes and shall speak only once in the same discussion unless they call attention to a point of order or with the sanction of the convener to make an explanation. I shall therefore permit the authors of the 3 budgets, the Conservative Administration Group Budget Leader, Councillor Gail McGregor and Councillor Ivor Hislop, SNP Group, Councillor Stephen Thompson and Councillor Andy McFarlane, Labour Group, Councillor Caroline Wilson and Councillor Linda Dorward. They will then be able to answer any questions on the content of the budget. If any of the above wish to answer a member's question, they should indicate they wish to speak in the same way a council officer would if they wish to answer questions on a report to us. For the avoidance of doubt, these members are also entitled to make a contribution to the debate. If a procedural motion is proposed, the debate on the budget motion will be suspended to enable the procedural motion to be debated and a vote taken. Contributions to the debate on a procedural motion are separate and won't prevent a member from making a contribution in the debate on the budget motion, but the provisions of Standing Order 10.2.6 will apply. So item 1, sediment and apologies. Vlad, can you provide the sediment and any apologies?
Yes, thank you, Convener, and good morning, members. I can confirm we have 43 members present. We have 35 members present in the hall, and we have 8 members present on the Teams platform.
Thank you, Vlad, and I give my approval for members' remote participation. Item 2, declaration of interest. Any members of a declaration of interest they wish to make? Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Convener. Yep, it's a statement of connection as the National Resources spokesperson for COSLA, and it would relate to item 5 and 6. Thank you.
Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. A statement of connection is in relation to being a member of the Integration Joint Board who received some funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carruthers.
Just item 7, that declaration of connection, I would say it is in regards to the transfer of funds to the Integration Joint Board and being a member of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dorward, did you give an indication?
Thank you, Convener. It's in relation to item 7, member of the IGB. Statement of connection, sorry.
Thank you. Councillor Chrissy Hill.
A member of the IGB, so connection.
Councillor Emma Jordan.
Thank you, Chair. And the same, I'm a substitute member of the IJB. Thank you, it's just a connection. Thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Andy Ferguson.
Same for me, Chair. Item 7, I'm a substitute for the IGB.
Thank you. Leader.
Item 7, substitute on the IGB.
Councillor Karen Crothers.
I'm also a substitute for item number 7, the IGB. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Is there any further? Nope. So item 3, minutes of meeting of 12th of December. Are we happy to approve the minutes? Agreed. Thank you. Item 4, council tax and community charges restrictions on voting. Report by Head of Governance and Assurance. This is a procedural report presented in accordance with the provisions of the Local Government Finance Act 1992, which came into force with effect from 6th of March 1992 and which may affect member voting rights on council tax matters. It is a legal requirement that a member who is 2 or more months in arrears of council tax does not have voting rights in relation to fixing the council tax and requires to make a declaration to that effect. Nick Evans is here to assist members with any questions. Is there any comments? Oh, Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thanks, Convener. Could I just get an assurance that we're all good to vote?
Through yourself, Convener, the usual checks have been had, and we should be. However, obviously the purpose of the report is to emphasise that the onus sits with the relevant elected member to declare if there is any issues there. But we've not identified any, so we should be good to go.
Thank you. So we were asked to note the provisions of Section 112 of the Local Government Finance Act 1992, which removes the member voting rights on council matters in certain specified circumstances and places the onus of disclosure on individual members. Are we happy to note that? Yep. Item 5, the Budget and Council Tax 2025-26 to 27-28 report by Chief Financial Officer. This report provides information to assist members in determining the Council's budget, council tax level and capital investment strategy for the 3-year period 2025-26 to 2027-28. Paul Garrett, Chief Financial Officer, and Gillian Ross, Finance and Accounting Manager, are here to assist with any questions. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Convener. Paragraph 4.5, it talks about 144 million being made available in terms of offsetting the impact of employers' national insurance. Do we know how much of that this council will get? Because I appreciate it's maybe going across a number of public bodies, and I don't know if we have an exact figure for that yet.
Thank you. Oh, Paul.
Yeah, thank you. Although the final figure has not been confirmed, the distribution approach has been confirmed, and we estimate that we'll get around £4 million out of that £144 million total for Scottish local government.
Thank you. Is there any further questions on that? No. So members are asked to consider the information reflected in this report as part of determining a balanced revenue budget, associated council tax level and updated capital investment strategy for the financial planning period 2025 to 26 to 2027-28. So we've considered that. Happy to agree with that. Thank you. Item 6. This is the presentation of budget proposals 2025-26. I believe that we have amendments to the proposed budgets. Therefore, I would suggest a recess for Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, so I appreciate other members might want to come in, but in your preliminary remarks, you said that budgets had been submitted within the agreed timescale. And obviously that's the agreed timescale. So is what you're about to say contrary to what we've all agreed?
I don't think you actually agreed to preliminary remarks, though. They were just remarks. And I was conscious of that, and I did consider mentioning at the time that there was potential amendments to budgets, which is why if the wording that I used was actually quite carefully thought out. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Convener. I don't want to cut off what you were going to say, but obviously we're sort of moving into a debate here. And if you had reference there that you were moving, that we would move to a recess, I would maybe just ask, and it's kind of on the back of Councillor Thompson's point there, all budgets were submitted on the 17th. They were published on the 20th. That allowed full 3 days to ensure competency. I think we all are fully aware that we've got a duty to balance a legal budget, and we have to go through all due diligence. And we've been reminded on many occasions that the Section 95 officer requires 3 full days to ensure competency, and also we have to ensure that we go through an impact assessment. So, I mean, I appreciate that there might be amendments, but I would just look to governance. I would look to see from the Section 95 officer, have we got time to do such a thing? Because public need to be able to see what's happening, and we have published budgets, and certainly the SNP budget is there. I believe we've been told it's competent. I would like to get a guarantee that by switching things about, is that going to be competent?
Thank you. Vlad, do you want to come in on the governance issue? And then Paul, could you come in on the other aspect?
Yes, thank you, Convener. I understand the questions come from members in terms of the process. I think that the statement that was read out is accurate in terms of the budgets have been submitted on time. It's simply that there's amendments to those, but those amendments in terms of the due diligence needs to happen in terms of that Section 95 officer. And I think at this point I'll maybe kind of refer in terms of the Section 95 officer in regards to that competency. But from my end, in terms of governance, you can make amendments, albeit subject to the balanced budget and the relevant assessments, as you pointed out.
Thank you, Vlad. Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, thanks for letting me in before you call in the Section 95 officer. And I should maybe start by saying nothing should come as a surprise to me, but it does, because I seem to recall not so many years ago when I was in the socialist group at the time, that we tried to come forward with an amended budget, and we were told at that time that we couldn't do it because they had gone beyond the time of the budgets being submitted. So maybe something has changed from that time to this time. So I'd maybe like to hear, either on standing orders or process or whatever, what has changed?
Councillor Crothers.
Thanks. So it's the same point I was going to raise in part, because I can reflect exactly the same, because I did exactly the same at the time. So I put forward the only way in which, come back to probably about 2015 on, was to get some kind of amendment to a budget, which was agreed. And I think a similar process to what we're using now was to present a budget rather than amendment. But my understanding is, so going back to Councillor Hagman's question, is she's asked, is it competent? Because in particular, about impact assessments, I would say the amendments need to be proposed first before that question needs to be asked. Then it's an appropriate question at that point in time. And I come back to, I think, Councillor Scobie's point. What was put to me was that the full council would not accept, it's not they couldn't have, they would not accept that with the then administration, but it can be, full council has sovereignty. So if it wants to diverge or change at that point, it has the sovereignty in which to do that. That's the answer I got at the time, and I think it still stands today. So, and I believe, I always, like Councillor Scobie, that was the right way to actually present budgets, is with amendments. There should have been a fundamental administration budget, and then it should be an amendment. Still not where we are. It's not where I like to be, but I think we're heading in the right direction. So I would promote that Councillor Hagman's question should be answered after the amendments have been put to the council, so we can understand what we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul, do you want to come in just now?
Yeah, just to say that the process and the report that's in front of members this morning recognises that paragraph 4.18 that it is acknowledged that published budget proposals may be subject to limited adjustment through political engagement, so there is provision for that. I fully accept the points made in terms of the importance of the checking and the signing off of all budget proposals. But I'm effectively in full council's hands. If full council wish me to look at an amended proposal, obviously I'm happy to do that.
Thank you, Paul. Councillor John Campbell.
Thanks, Convener. Yeah, I did look at that, Paul, 4.18. We've already agreed item 5. However, when it says limited adjustment through political engagement, that doesn't mean sort of like 10 minutes before the meeting started.
I think if I cast my mind back a year ago, we did allow an amendment to the Labour budget on the day, because there was a proposal within that which was, if I remember correctly, it's a horrible phrase, but it was deemed to be incompetent, which isn't a very nice way of putting it. But we did allow an amendment on the day last year. So I think there is precedence for that, and I'm quite happy to allow amendments to go through. Councillor Andy McFarlane.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, Convener. However, the amendment last year was an open debate. What we're presented with here is an amendment that's been done, hasn't been debated, and hasn't been subject to scrutiny by MD in this chamber other than the parties who are putting them forward. So I think that's quite a different scenario to what we had last year. Thank you.
Yeah, Leader.
Thank you, Convener. I think none of the budgets have been subject to scrutiny yet. They've simply been published, and it's our job today to scrutinise those budgets. But it's also our job to go through a budget negotiation and try to encapsulate what other members in this chamber would like to see in any one of our 3 budgets. I believe that not one of the 43 of us have a monopoly on good ideas, which is why I didn't propose my motion in advance, because I wanted to hear the views following publication of things that other members might like to see, and I think that that's what we should be doing as a whole council for the benefit of our communities, and I would very much like the opportunity to present my amended budget. I think the convener called a recess, so I think understanding orders, that takes precedence anyway, but it's whether members want to see the budgets prior to and have a recess.
Thank you. Councillor Young.
Thank you, Convener. Councillor Hagman so far is the only person that's mentioned the public. Now, as a councillor, I'm here to represent the people in my ward, my constituents. The budgets were published, so the budgets were published on the 20th of February, and that's to give the public time to comment to their councillors on their views of these papers. They're not getting that here this morning. I think this is a disgraceful amendment. I don't know if they're minor amendments or major amendments to the budget, but it really is not good enough. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chrissy Hill.
On the back of what's been said, the leader did actually mention the constituents and did actually mention the public, and the public have had a chance to speak to their elected members about what they think about the budget. And so any amendment should be on what's best for the communities. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, I am minded to accept the amended budgets, and I propose that we have a recess where these budgets can be circulated and scrutinised. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Convener. I mean, I appreciate all the comments that have been made, but we've got 3 budgets before us. I don't think we necessarily need to have a recess before we've even seen it. I think we need to actually just move on with the debate. So I'd maybe propose that we don't move to a recess.
As standing order 10.1.2, it's a procedural matter, and I have decided we're having a recess, and that is what is happening. So we're going to have a recess.
Point of order, Chair.
No, well, fine, Councillor Campbell.
Standing orders 10.2.10. A motion for adjournment of the meeting shall be moved and seconded without speech, and shall have precedence over all other motions, and shall be once be voted on if there is an amendment. We've already received an amendment. That's our standing orders. And
this actually isn't an adjournment, it's a recess, Councillor Campbell.
We don't have standing orders for a recess, it's an adjournment. You already mentioned 10.2.10, and that's adjournment, and that's what we're proposing as an amendment. We don't.
And I understand the point being made by members in terms of an adjournment. I think what is being proposed is a recess, and normally we take a recess in terms of normal procedure. The convener calling when that is, you know, everything from breaks throughout the process right through to lunch. But if we're moving to that kind of formal process of a debate around the adjournment, then we'll have to proceed on that basis, but that will be for members to decide. My view is that it's a recess, it's been called by the convener, and 10.1.2 is quite clear. All matters of both competency and relevancy and procedure sit with the convener. So I've given advice around that recess piece, which is in essence conveners moving towards going ahead and having the recess, and that's been normal practice. We're not adjourning, and the way that I read that standing order is adjourning in particular for another day. And that's when we've done that in the past, is that kind of formal process of adjournment to another day, not in terms of a recess. We're not adjourning this meeting. The meeting will continue. It's simply a recess.
Thank you. Councillor Ian Crothers.
Just that if we do have to go to a formal process, I'll second, which would be your amendment now, I think, if we have got a motion on the table, just so we can move the business on. But I prefer to have the recess, understand what the amendments are fully, then come back in to have a full discussion about that. I can understand why the point's being made. We're veering away slightly from a traditional way of doing things. I personally think, like I said, I think it's in the best interest of the council moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dougie Campbell.
Just a simple question. What is the difference between a recess and an adjournment? Because genuinely, I don't know. So it'd be good to get an explanation on that.
Yeah, there's no a definition within the standing orders, but my interpretation of that is an adjournment would be a kind of more formal process of having that, in essence, an adjournment to another day, which we've done in the past, not in too distant past, in which we had to adjourn to another day because we couldn't get through the business and so on. So that kind of adjournment is what I see. That kind of more formal process, but I absolutely understand the arguments. I think this is a procedure about recess, but I'm in full council's hands in terms of the decision around it.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, convener. So I'm not really sure. So if we have a recess, basically I think what the advice seems to be is moving towards, like, it's effectively a temporary break, as if somebody needed to go to the toilet or something. But the thing is that when we come back from a temporary break, all we'll be doing is considering exactly the same reports that are in front of us as we are already, because we've not agreed to accept any. You know, there's nothing in front of us that we're actually agreeing to accept or not. So, are you saying that the recess is actually to provide additional information out with the public view that would then come back to then decide whether or not we'll accept it as part of the meeting, because we've already got an agenda and published paper? So I'm just asking governance, what's the process here? Because I'm a wee bit confused. Thank you.
Thank you. My understanding is that we've received amended budgets. We want to circulate those around all members for them to look at and digest, and also to confirm, which has already been done verbally, the approval by the Section 95 officer of these budgets. So that was the purpose of the recess, in effect, was to propose to circulate these budgets for people to like I say, scrutinise. Councillor Ian Crothers.
Thanks, Convener. That's exactly what I was going to say. That's my understanding too. That's what it is, because I've not seen the amended. I need a chance to digest it. You could talk to them and we could take it then of a reset, but to me, there's a proposed way forward and it'll just be add up to the same length of time and consideration. I'm happy with the proposed way forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Convener. So appreciate everything that's been said. We have got Paul here in his Section 95 officer capacity. Have we got officers on hand to do a full impact assessment? Because certainly in previous years when I was the budget lead for my political group, we had to have a full impact assessment and we had to go through each of our points, but then we also had to look at our whole budget as a whole. So just confirming that we have got officers here to do that full impact assessment should there be changes to the published budgets. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul, can you help us with that?
I have to admit, I'm not fully involved in the impact assessment process, but my understanding is officers will be on hand to make sure any requirements are actually addressed during that period.
Thank you. So are we happy to go to recess, or are we wanting to go to a vote? Who's Ivor and Councillor Islow.
Chair, it was on the point of impact assessment. My understanding is that if we do accept any amendments through any process today, the budget actually has to then go back to impact assessment. And whichever one's agreed to date will have to be fully impact assessed properly. It's been done as in what's in the papers, but if there's minor amendments, my understanding ours takes one of the one positive and one negative out of our budget. But it's something that has to be done at a fuller stage after the decision has been taken. That was what I was told when I did my impact assessment this year.
Councillor Thompson.
Can I suggest, for the sake of the reputation of the council, that we go to a vote so it at least looks like we're following some process, and then we can determine it in a transparent sort of way? Thank you.
Yeah, can I just check in terms of the motion, because I wasn't sure who was moving. Was it yourself, Councillor Hagman, in terms of moving for not proceeding to a recess stroke adjournment? And was it Councillor Campbell or was it Councillor Young?
I'm happy to second Councillor Hagman.
So we'll call that the motion, because I think that was kind of put forward. And the amendment as such would be convener in terms of the recess, and then that was seconded by Councillor Carruthers. Are we okay with that? So everybody knows which...
Did we put a timeline on it?
Timeline on it. We'll make it, what do you think, 30 minutes?
Yeah, 30 minutes. Yeah.
30 minutes.
Yeah. So just to be clear, in terms of the motion, is not to go to a 30-minute recess. That was seconded by Councillor Young. Then the amendment is to go to a 30-minute recess, and that was seconded by Councillor Carruthers. We'll proceed to the roll call. Convener?
Amendment.
Deputy Convener?
Amendment.
Councillor Bell? Amendment. Councillor Beretti?
Motion.
Councillor Blake?
Amendment.
Councillor Brodie?
Amendment.
Councillor Dougie Campbell?
Motion.
Councillor John Campbell?
Motion.
Councillor Ian Carruthers?
Amendment.
Councillor Karen Carruthers?
Amendment.
Councillor Dashbar?
Motion.
Councillor Davis? Councillor Dempster?
Amendment.
Councillor Dennerley?
Amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Dorward?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Drybrough?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Drysdale?
Amendment.
Councillor Ferguson?
Motion.
Councillor Giusti?
Amendment.
Councillor Hagman?
Motion, please.
Councillor Howell?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Howie?
Amendment.
Councillor Hislop?
Amendment.
Councillor Ingalls.
Amendment.
Councillor Jameson.
Motion, please.
Councillor Johnson.
Amendment.
Councillor Jordan.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Little.
Motion.
Councillor Lowe.
Motion, please.
Councillor McCammon.
Amendment.
Councillor McFarlane.
Motion.
Councillor Mayo.
Amendment.
Councillor Marsh.
Amendment.
Councillor Marshall.
Amendment.
Councillor Scobie. Councillor Slater. Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Stitt. Councillor Thompson.
Motion.
Councillor Walters.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Wilson.
Amendment, please.
Councillor Wood.
Amendment.
Councillor Young.
Motion.
Okay, as members will see, the amendments carried 30 votes to 13. So we'll take a recess.
Thank you. So we will take a 30-minute recess. We'll reconvene at 11:30. Thank you. Thank you, members. Welcome back. Hopefully we've had a chance to have a look at these amendments. We'll now move to presentations of budget. Leader.
Thank you, Convener, and good morning, members. Firstly, I'd like to put on record mine and our group's sincere thanks to the finance team and officers across the Council for their work and support throughout the budget process, and to budget leads from all groups who've been giving of their time through budget panel and numerous discussions out with. The budget reflects a commitment to protecting and investing in the services that matter most to our communities. Despite unprecedented financial pressures, we have worked to ensure that the core services remain intact while making vital investments for the future of Dumfries and Galloway. This has not been an easy budget, and members from across the Chamber have had to make difficult choices, recognising both the financial pressures facing households and the need to sustain local services that people rely on daily. Throughout this process, we've engaged with residents across Dumfries and Galloway to understand their priorities and concerns. 4,564 responses were received through the budget consultation alongside discussions at community conversations. The budget prioritises frontline services, including schools, social work, social care and investment in roads and public transport. It also ensures support for vulnerable residents, protects the Council's ability to deliver key projects and continues investment in education and care services to meet the needs of our communities. The Council remains committed to supporting community services and facilities that enhance the quality of life for our residents. We have protected our swimming pools, our libraries, our leisure centres and our cultural programmes and events across the region. The underfunding of local government over many years, combined with the financial impact of the increase of employers' national insurance, has significantly added to our cost pressures. And we must also recognise the significant financial risks due to these pressures and the concerns with 40% of the increased employer national insurance contributions currently being unfunded by the Scottish Government. In addition, we know Dumfries and Galloway Council has one of the lowest council tax levels in Scotland, and due to successive years of freeze, this limits our ability to respond to rising costs, to protect services and invest in our communities. Now, despite these challenges, we remain committed to delivering key investment, 457 million in capital investment over the next 10 years, schools, borderland-funded projects and public realm, 15.4 million allocated to Roads Improvement Fund over the next 3 years. And in respect of revenue, there will be no reduction in ASN support in our schools and an additional investment of £3 million per year for children and families social work, as well as protecting the cost of living support. And we will continue to maximise opportunities to reduce long-term empty properties through council tax measures. Now, having taken on board the view of residents since publication of our budget on the 20th of February and acknowledging the budgets of other groups, I would seek to table an amended administration budget. I would propose reducing the council tax rise to 9% for 2025-26. I would propose removing reduced school estate option 2 from our budget, and I would propose adding to our budget the increase in devolved school management allocations of 5% as per the Labour Group budget. Therefore, I would move the administration's amended budget and further ask that Dumfries and Galloway Council agrees to approve the administration group revenue and capital budget and council tax proposal for next financial year and indicative budget plans for 26, 27 and 27-28 as published on the 20th of February. Agree that the budget be delegated to the Dumfries and Galloway Integration Joint Board for Adult Social Care Services for 2025-26, and this will be the 2024-25 recurring budget level plus the full share of the additional funding reflected in the 2025-26 local government settlement for these services. That we would further agree to increase schools' devolved school management allocations by 5%. We agree that this council makes urgent representation to both Scottish and UK governments to stress the significant financial pressure the additional cost of employer national insurance contributions places on local services. and to call for full reimbursement. We would agree that this Council directs the Chief Executive to continue work to identify opportunities for income generation, cost savings and reduction in management costs to ensure this Council remains financially sustainable and to provide regular updates to elected members throughout the financial year on efficiencies and transformation. Really important infrastructure project, we will agree to receive a report to a future meeting of Economy and Infrastructure Committee to update members on the work of the A75, A77 lobbying group and request that officers include an option for a potential stag appraisal with South Ayrshire Council. We'll agree to receive a report to a future meeting of Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing Committee to review the Youth Beats Festival, to shape its sustainability for future events, and this will be done in full consultation with our Youth Council. We'll agree to receive a further report to Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing on additional investment in additional support for learning once clarity of funding from the Scottish Government is known, and a further report to Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing Committee outlining in detail the proposals and deliverability of reduced school estate, acknowledging that high quality education and community must sit at the heart of any proposals and geographical, rurality and transport challenges need to be fully considered. I'm getting there. Agree to receive a report to the future Tackling Poverty and Inequalities Committee to review the current cost of living support to ensure that we have the most appropriate mitigations in place. A report to Economy and Infrastructure Committee with proposals to support businesses across the region with a particular focus on our tourism sector. And to agree to receive a future report to Economy and Infrastructure on long-term capital projects and through appropriate gateway reviews scrutinise viability and sustainability of major projects. I so move the administration's budget. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Hislop.
Thank you, Convener. I too would like to thank the officers for their hard work this year. It's been a long process through the budget panel and through group meetings, etc. Must admit, this year I think I've seen more uncertainty in where we need to be going forward, with decisions coming really late in the day. The national insurance contributions that we'll have to look to cover, we've put in our budget and addressed some of that issue. We have money still to be allocated, I think, from the Scottish Government for ASN, ASL work, and when that comes through, that will be allocated appropriately. Going forward, we still have big issues this year, re-procurement of bus services. That will need to be considered later on, and how that might affect our budget, but we'll most likely look at that at the appropriate time. It's been a budget that we looked at and we thought that we needed to answer some of the comments that had been made after our budget had been proposed and put into the public. We've done that. We still think we have a reasonable budget which addresses the need to look to the future as well. So I'm happy to second the amended admin budget as proposed.
Thank you, Councillor Hislop. Councillor Hagman, did you want to come in?
Thank you, Convener. Yeah, it's a point of accessibility, and I appreciate Tracy's literally just about to give me the motion written down, but I'm really clear, my dyslexia, it's not green paper for a start. It's not been sent forward. We seem to have chaos at the start of the meeting as to whether we'd be having a recess, and then we were presented a piece of paper. My question would be, why on earth was this motion not circulated at the same time? I find it exceedingly disappointing, exceedingly worrying that the administration believe that this is a good and competent way to take forward the budget process, and I would like to put on my record that we are not being accessible in terms of my personal needs as a person with a disability of dyslexia. I don't believe this is good enough for anyone. Thank you.
Vlad, can you address that?
And can I get this on green paper?
Yeah,
as per?
we'll get our colleagues to do that, if you just bear with us.
Councillor Dryborough.
Thanks, Convener. It's just to say, is it going to be sent by email as well to those of us that are on Teams?
Thank you, Councillor Dryborough. I believe it has been circulated by email. So it has been, in fact, Councillor Dryborough. So. Should be Councillor Ian Crothers.
Just, I want to convene as a matter of process. I know you've outlined it. I'm just trying to remind myself of what happened. So I know we've got this in front of us, but we've just already heard it. We've got to hear the next two and then potentially take... no, thank you. Take a recess then. Thank you.
Thank you. Would any other group like to present a budget? Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Convener. So I think we've not made any changes to what's been presented. We've published a motion and we've published a budget in line with the process. We took note of the region-wide consultation that this council undertook with a view to informing the budgets that we came together to present. And I think we did that in good faith. I think we might end up getting marked down because we did the right thing, but we'll see what happens as we go through the day. I would like to commend and propose the SNP group budget to the Chamber. I'll come on to the motion in a minute because I appreciate all groups will have put forward a motion and we've just received one from the administration group. And I think there'll be a lot of common ground with that, and I'll just go through some of the points where we're maybe in agreement, but I think we have to be aware of the financial challenge, and I think just working with officers along this process and through the budget panel and the engagement that we've had with senior directors and senior officers has really helped us get in and about understanding as a group just how this whole process works and the things we have to take into account from the staff side and the council side as well as from the public side. And I think I would like to echo the thanks given to officers already, because without them I'm sure we'll be floundering much more than we appear to have been so far this morning. But anyway, so the financial challenge, I think we have to be aware that we have a considerable sum of money that we are going to be investing, and I think the key thing for us is to know that we're directing it to the right places. I know the savings play the sort of headline element of that, but this, in a way, for me, is about members directing how the council works. And I think all members would probably echo that to some extent in the way they think things should work. So, to protect vital services for the public, we have to continue as a council to transform. In recent years, we did support the Chief Executive in modernising the council, and that budget is there to support the modernisation. But we recognise that we set targets last year as a council in terms of transformational savings, and we came up short in terms of what was offered to the public by way of the consultation. I think that totalled 5.2 or 5.3 million. We'd asked for 7.5, so that's a concern. So I think we have to be realistic going forward, but equally we have to let responsibility fall where it should and keep pressing for that work to happen so that we can take informed decisions with good options in front of us. We do recognise that this budget in particular is going to be made more difficult before we even get out of bed on the first day of the new year because of the Employers' National Insurance contribution changes. We know that the Scottish Government, as we heard earlier, was going to provide £144 million in mitigation to help offset the UK Government's National Insurance changes, and we will get a share of that to be confirmed, but we estimate around £4 million. So it doesn't fully remedy the problem at its source, whether it remains reserved to the UK Government, and that was something our group, unsurprisingly, would always lobby to try and change. So I think we have to accept that part of the council tax setting has to take into account not only the pressures in terms of balancing the budget, but also the additional hit of £6 million and whatever mitigations we have. And I think that's why all the budgets seem to be putting forward something around the 9% mark for council tax raises in the first year. I noticed that the two amended budgets have changed year 2 and year 3, I think, in some cases as well. So these are all material effects that the public haven't seen yet, and I'm very conscious of that. We also recognise the demographics of our region, and this is maybe the topical issue about the reducing school roll. That presents challenges in how best to maintain the right number of teachers. And I think last year we heard from one of the groups that the teacher was the most important person in the classroom. I think we believe it's the child, but notwithstanding that, we are concerned about keeping the right number of teachers. I think in our budget we'd asked for those figures, and we were advised that this could impact on 18 teacher roles just based on the falling school roll demographic. I appreciate that there's been late changes to other budgets that will affect, and I don't know what the impact of that might be, and that's maybe a question we can tease out, what impact that will have on teacher numbers for the region. But I think the original budgets as published, it was 42.5 each. So there's a big difference there. Our primary concern is delivering for Dumfries and Galloway, so we've only agreed in our budget to take the officer template that reflects the case for change based on that, and that was the reducing school roll. I'll quickly have a look at the motion, because I appreciate time will be of the essence, but part of our motion to address that concern about the school estate, and I'm glad that other groups have taken their lead from that for today, but was to review and make recommendations for the best use of school estate that will provide sustainable delivery of high-quality education to children, acknowledging geographical and rurality challenges, allowing for special exceptions, as well as the need for sustainable transport connectivity at schools. And I hope that all members will be happy in supporting something like that going forward. We also asked in our motion that Council agreed for a review of the framework and inclusion, rather than take the savings as presented, because we had concerns about the details around the implementation of that, and I think members should have the right to see that at committee in the normal course of business. Similarly, we are wanting to continue in the journey for the improvement to the waste collection service, but I think we have to be a bit more nuanced about committing to savings when we still have to see how the garden waste collection service rolls out, as well as what the best HWRC sites are across the region, as well as how the Zero Waste Park progresses. We would like to lobby through COSLA for lay-by litter to be part of the maintenance responsibility of the relevant public body, so that trunk roads are maintained in full by Transport Scotland or the contractor. I think this has been a long-standing, seems like a minor issue, but actually it comes up more often than not, so I think it's worthy of consideration. And similarly, the review of public toilets, rather than an all-or-nothing type approach, as was presented during the budget consultation, we would rather have a proper review so we can determine where best we need to put resources to maintain and sustain toilets, or where even there are opportunities for community groups or businesses to play a role as well. The other one, which is a particular favourite of mine, is that we ask the Council to bring regular and consistent reports to all Common Good subcommittees detailing all assets that relate to the Common Good area, including leases, licences, service level agreements and any related income, including council caravan sites, so that members can have proper oversight before making any recommendations about asset transfers or other matters. And I'm sure every ward member will have a Common Good or something in their ward where they have questions or concerns about that. I'll skip a few, I'm conscious of the time, and you give me a look there, Convener. We would still continue to maintain a commitment of 30% of annual coastal benefit funding from the Crown Estate for coastal path network and council harbour infrastructure, and also work with partners to develop a model for providing health and social care that looks at pathways from schools, colleges and funded apprenticeship type posts to meet the need in Dumfries and Galloway and to use as a basis for lobbying for additional resources. We also want to develop a proposal for a visitor levy model, and I understand officers have already been looking at this. Some of these things will be in train already, but it's really just to impress upon our council that we want to take these forward this year. I mean, there's a long list, as you're aware, and we have published this, so I'll pick out a few just to be quick. We do want to make the most of the Scottish Government climate emergency funding, estimated to be 1.5 million this year for local renewable energy generation, and also bring forward play park projects which can utilise the additional capital funding of 728k from the Scottish Government as well. I'm just trying to summarise this a wee bit more. So also bring forward the school's autism provision to the Council's gateway process for capital project development. It's been sitting in the capital investment programme in year 10. Who knows what's happening with it, but I think we need to do something with it, especially when that money's sitting there burning a hole in the Council's pocket. And just to say as well, we've obviously all committed, and I welcome it across the budgets, that we continue to support our cost of living initiatives of 1.156 million. I think it's common to all the budgets, so I welcome that, but I would commend ours because it contains all the other stuff that yours doesn't. And in terms of additional investment, we would also maintain that Roads Improvement Fund, which we've agreed previously, and just continue to commit to that much needed improvement across the network. We welcome the additional £3 million to Children and Family Social Work, which again is in all budgets, so that's good. And I see you looking at their watch there. So we'll also lobby to continue the rollout of free school meals for all primary schools and continue to engage and support our young people through the Youth Council and other democratic measures. So with that, I've probably said more than enough, but I would commend and put forward our SNP group budget.
Thank you. Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, thank you, Convener. I don't have as long a list. I think Councillor Thompson has covered just about most of the best points of our proposals. I too would like to thank the officers for their help, support and guidance in relation to how we developed our proposals to come forward today. I just feel that as the original budget that was submitted, I would like to second that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McFarlane. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Convener. And I would also like to thank all officers involved in this process, as well as during the budget consultation. I'm happy to move the Labour Group's budget proposal, a proposal that reflects the challenging financial circumstances that our council faces after years of underfunding from the Scottish Government. I'll firstly address the change to our published budget, which is to remove the reduced school estate
Councillor
option.
Wilson,
Sorry.
could you get a bit closer to the microphone, please?
I'm usually not too bad. So I'll firstly address the change to our published budget, which is to remove this reduced school estate option 2. But we do recognise that the current model is unsustainable, and we would like further work to be done on this to bring options forward regarding the school estate. The other change to our budget is our council tax figure, which we have increased to 8.8%. But bringing forward this proposal, the Labour Group have struck a fair balance. We have kept council tax as low as possible. Indeed, our budget still contains the lowest council tax. The Labour budget, like all budget proposals before us today, contains difficult decisions, but it appears to me that the Tory administration have no interest in seeking consensus. Theirs is a budget that cuts educational psychology at a time when waiting times for assessment are out of control. It also has cuts to the support for autism attendance care experience team. It cuts the last remaining funding for the summer activity scheme, a vital service to provide funding to support children with disabilities and their families. The administration budget also contains proposals which will end this council's long-standing position of having no compulsory redundancies, a position that has survived several administrations of all colours, a policy that treats our hard-working staff with respect. If the administration budget passes today, a redundancy policy will be brought before council so their budget can be fully implemented. Even more shocking is that the cut to the summer activity scheme and the effective end to the council's long-standing position of no compulsory redundancies is contained in the SNP budget too. The Labour budget has tried where possible to protect frontline staff and essential services. We will not introduce car parking charges, even if they are voluntary. I'd be keen to know if every councillor who votes for voluntary parking charges today will pay this charge, wherever in the region they may be implemented. We will not leave flower beds in Dumfries Town Centre and War Memorials bare. We will not hike fees for leisure and sports or abolish discounts for senior citizens. And we will not make council staff redundant. There are decisions in the Labour budget I would rather not have taken, but to produce a balanced budget, we have reached a fair balance. If agreed today, there are proposals which we would expect to be reported regularly to committee and to be implemented flexibly. In addition to the officers' saving templates, we have brought forward a savings template to reduce the cost of printing and posting committee papers. We have also brought forward a savings template on the leadership costs. We have always been wholly opposed to the Chief Officer restructure, and our concerns have been well rehearsed in this chamber. One of our concerns was the increase in costs. It is only the Labour budget that will take steps to bring these costs back into line. Budgets are also set out priorities and ambitions. We want to see our most vulnerable children protected, which is why we have included additional resources to children and families social work. We want all children, young people to receive the support they need, which is why we want to see a report through Education, Learning and Community Wellbeing Committee to allocate additional resources. To tackle poverty, our budget contains a number of cost of living support measures, and I'm equally pleased to see that they're across all three budgets. We will also increase the schools resource budgets, devolve school management budget. We well aware that the school staff at times are purchasing resources out of their own pockets. As you all know, I'm a mother of 6, with my youngest child being in primary 1. I've been an active parent council member for nearly 25 years, and I find that we are now fundraising more and more for items that should really be funded by the local authority. It is only the Labour budget that will deliver more money to head teachers and teachers to buy jotters and books. However, I do appreciate that that's now in your budget. We want Dumfries and Galloway to grab all the opportunities on offer. The UK government has the ambition to sprint to clean power by 2030. Many local authorities are already attracting significant energy cost savings by producing their own electricity. These are just some of the opportunities our council is not yet taking full advantage of, which is why our budget will see the council produce a local power plan. Artificial intelligence is already a part of our life and will only play a larger role in our economy and society. That is why our budget proposal will commit the council to submit an expression of interest for Chapel Cross to locate an AI growth zone with clean power generation locally and its existing link to the national grid. This could be a prime location, in the process attracting high-skilled, high-paid jobs to our region. The Labour's budget is ambitious and has struck a fair balance. The arithmetic in this council means our budget probably won't make it very far, but there are ideas, and come and talk to us, or better still, vote for our budget. But we have published our motion, but just in addition to that, because I didn't read it out last year, so, or do I need to read the motion out? No. The full motion? I'm starting to lose my voice.
Through yourself, Convener, you've already submitted a motion that's been published, and that's already online. But I believe that there's maybe a slight change to that, so that you might wish to read that, and I believe that that's been circulated as well.
So, in addition to my proposed my published motion, I move our amended budget with the removal of the reduced school estate option 2 and council tax rise of 8.8%, and note the reported financial challenges facing the Usual Place Community Cafe in Dumfries, and recognising that Dumfries and Galloway consistently has the highest disability employment gap in Scotland, agree to bring forward an urgent report on what support the council can provide to ensure the long-term future of this vital project for young people with additional support needs. That's me, thank you. I move my budget, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Dorward, do you want to second?
With pleasure, Convener, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Wilson, for your detailed overview of the Labour Group budget with its innovative and bold recommendations. I, for a change, will not therefore be required to say too much about that. I'll rather focus on why we are here and have to make the difficult decisions that we are faced with today. Thank you to officers for their diligence and expertise in building the budget process. It is very much appreciated. Whilst we welcome the additional funding for Dumfries and Galloway, enabled by the biggest UK government block grant to Scotland since devolution, a UK Labour government, by the way, it will not reverse the impact of 18 years of budget reductions, flat cash settlements and council tax freezes and caps even, imposed by the SNP government, coupled with the ongoing negative impacts of Brexit and chronic inflation, a legacy from the previous UK government. What the SNP is doing now is much too little, much too late. And if they valued local democracy, they could have done so much more before now. The SNP have not addressed any reduction in rates for retail, hospitality and leisure, which would benefit our high streets, preferring to tax our small businesses at a higher rate rather than increasing the block grant to local authorities, and having the temerity to recommend a small increase in council tax, despite the Scottish Government's Scottish Water Quango, one of 130 such bodies. We have more quangos than MSPs in Scotland, raising water charges to 9.9% and their chief executive being awarded a 50% pay rise. Democracy at work. But heaven forbid local authorities buck this trend. We've at least kept our council tax increase to under 9% in the Labour group. And regarding national insurance contributions, which is everybody's favourite topic, the SNP government have received an additional £5.2 billion from a UK Labour government. Surely we need to lobby them to spend it wisely and bridge the national insurance gap for local authorities and constituent partners. Stop faffing about and simply up the block grant, Mr Swinney. You have the bank balance to do so. There is one issue I would like to reinforce, which Councillor Wilson mentioned, which sits at the heart of Labour values. Firstly, unlike the Tories and the SNP, and in a region which has the lowest mean wage in Scotland, we do not support budget cuts where frontline staff lose their jobs via the mooted spectre of compulsory redundancy. This predominantly affects women and children in this region. Rather than to save money, I'll start that again. Our position on saving money is proposing the increase in the cost of the Chief Executive's restructuring process is reversed. And we're the only group that has that in the budget. Unlike the SNP, whose budget is epitomised under the phrase dog park, I noticed Councillor Thompson didn't mention that one, and the Tories, whose MO is a classic waiting and seeing what others are doing and taking the best ideas, only the Labour group budget is proactive, innovative and has the lowest council tax and has the ambition and brave and bold decision making to enable Dumfries and Galloway to grow and thrive. Members, ditch your politics and let's have consensus around the best budget for the region, the Labour group budget. I therefore second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dorward. Can I now open for any questions or comments? Oh, Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for presenting that. And I would like to preempt this by saying that we're very open to finding the best motion to go forward. I know we've got a job to do in terms of the presented budgets, in terms of the finance bit, but I think a lot of the motions, as we've checked with Section 95 and Governance Officer, are effectively more about direction, and I think there's a lot of common ground from what I'm hearing so far. I'd also like to think that we could have a further conversation and notice that we didn't really have time, given the way the process was sort of upended today, but in terms of the devolved school management, I think that's a further discussion that we can certainly have, but we weren't privy to the behind-the-scenes negotiations prior to the amendments being put forward, nor were the public. So I think that's something that we could certainly ask about. But in terms of your budget presentation, you've mentioned a couple of times there about no compulsory redundancies. We've never come out with any particular statement about that, and we've got a current position, and we've not changed that, certainly not in our motion or in our published budget. So I just want to correct that. And also, I was wanting to ask of you though, could you tell me in terms of the total of teacher number impact affected by your amended budget, what that figure now stands at? Thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
I will have to check on the teacher numbers to be honest, but with regards to the redundancy, it says it's the template with the reduction of the school-based clerical admin staff formula. To change this position would require a redundancy policy which is not currently in place in this council, and that's what we don't agree with. That makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hagman.
Thank you, Convener. I think the comment that's just been made that we would need to check on teacher numbers it demonstrates exactly why published budgets need to be fully impact assessed. Now, I note the comment before the recess that let's make the decision and let's do the impact assessments. How on earth can we possibly make a decision if we do not know what impact that decision may or may not have? So I would repeat my request from previously. Do we have officers here that can give us the assurance that a full impact assessment on all the templates and all the changes that have been put through and as a whole? So that would be my first question. I do note, and it's quite difficult because we've got all the budgets to ask, and if I've only got one question to ask, I've got different budgets here before me, but noting the changes to the Labour budget motion, which references the usual place community cafe, I guess I would maybe just ask the Chief Executive, because myself and as business manager and as group leader met with the Chief Executive over 2 weeks ago and asked for a briefing on this. We're still waiting for that briefing. I also asked for a response via the Elected Member Inquiry Service. I've had a response today that they require an extension, and my question was simply what support has been offered. I appreciate there is frustrations when you're in opposition, but I would like to believe that we are an open and transparent council, and it is exceedingly frustrating when we are going through due processes, asking for the information and not getting it back. But my point remains, can I have assurances from officers that are fully trained in impact assessments that this has been done properly and correctly? Because it is a really important point, and especially when you look at organisations such as the Women's Budgeting Group that actually highlight a lot of disparities of impact assessments. So if I can get that response, that would be really helpful.
Thank you, Paul.
Yep, each of the individual templates and measures that are reflected in the amended budgets had already been impact assessed, and we've liaised with the relevant officer during the recess, and she's confirmed that the overall assessment, that the published impact assessment summary for both the amended proposals for the Labour Group and for the Administration Group are unchanged from those previously published, so I can confirm that. The other point, if I could just assist members in terms of the impact of the changes to the budgets on teacher numbers, just confirm that the SNP Group's initial budget and the current budget has a teacher number reduction of 18 in the upcoming financial year, and the proposals for both the Labour Group and the Administration Group have teacher number reductions of 24.5.
Thank you. Leader.
Thank you, Convener. I think we maybe need a bit of clarity around the compulsory redundancy statement, because that's not my understanding of it, and I'll maybe look to somebody to speak to that. But it's on page 66 of the report that it would only be possible through, and I quote, when vacancies arise. So I think that that's very clear in the report. As I said in my opening gambit earlier, I don't think any member in this chamber has a monopoly on good ideas. And what we've seen today is intelligent, caring people bringing forward ideas of how they want to see us doing things for our region and our communities. And I think with that, I would request, in the spirit of just trying to encapsulate some of those good ideas, that we have another recess, sit down, bang our heads together if we have to, and actually try to bring some of that together for the benefit of the region. I think there's stuff in there that we would be happy to encapsulate, whether it be through the budget motion today or whether it be through a commitment to take things to leaders panel, budget panel, business bureau. We have a good collaborative working arrangement, and I think it would be a real shame if we didn't encapsulate some of those good ideas today and try to come to a more of a consensus position.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Dorward.
Thank you, Convener, and thank you, Councillor McGregor. Happy to respond to the redundancy references. The Council and the templates have mentioned redundancy, early voluntary redundancy and premature retirement in a number of templates, and I can name them. Sorry? .01, reconfiguration of support for the Autism Attendance Care Experience team. 4.03, reduction to school-based clerical admin staff. 4.04, 4.05, 4.06, 4.09, 4.11 and 4.19, none of which the Labour Group have taken.
Thank you. Yeah.
If I can just comment in the interest of providing some clarity on the templates, as I understand them and as written, all of the staffing related savings, I think, make reference to the reductions being managed through vacancy management, ERVS, redeployment, wherever that's possible, and that's in line with our current policy. The reference in relation to the school-based one that Councillor Wilson referred to, school-based clerical admin staff, it's consistent. It says that, you know, it would only be achieved as vacancies arrive and would be managed through those processes. Any change to that would require a change to policy, and that's referred to in the template. And so this decision, if those savings are accepted today, would not constitute a change in the policy as I understand it.
Can I just ask why it would require a new policy then, because that's what it says in the template? Thank you.
Yeah, what it says in the template, as I understand it, is that to change the arrangements for the reduction in the staffing would require a change in policy or a new policy. So all of the templates that refer to staffing matters are in, you know, the reductions would be achieved through the application of our current policy.
Thank you.
I think it's a wording. I think it's potentially the wording that is perhaps unhelpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Brodie.
Thanks, Convener. Perhaps I'll owe the members an explanation. People have been saying to me, where is the Liberal Democrat budget? Before the last election every year, you used to propose one, and we loved it when you never got a seconder. So we'll try again maybe this year to see if we get a seconder for it. Yeah. Well, it's time for a resurrection, I thought. Preparations were going well. I was going to make a spectacular entrance at the council tax meeting, a la Ed Davey. I'd already spoken to Sir Ed, and he'd agreed to lend me his wetsuit. I was to paddleboard down the Nith in full spate, do a few tumbles. Then I'd slipped Big Bert, the bin lorry driver, a tenner to pull me on my roller skates from the White Sands to English Street. I was to scale the building, and then I was going to abseil down the chimney and give my speech full of soot rather than in my full suit. So it was going well. I'd even devised a budget which put a smile on Paul Garrett's face. I noticed an advert from Johnson's Bakery and Pie Emporium, other bakeries allowed, offering unlimited free dough. Oof, I said, I will have a bit of that for D&G. Then I spoke to my good friend, you know him, John Dowson. He used to spend his school holidays in Eastriggs, and he agreed to donate all his hot air to the National Grid, and that would save costs in council buildings. Lots of free money to invest everywhere else. But really, I needed a big idea, and then it came. I would seize the assets of the Russian trillionaire who owns most of Galloway and holds the mineral rights and the rights to minerals and to the rare earth deposits, wherever they may be. You probably all know in that community Ollie Garkoff. He was an important part in the figure in the community until he went into hiding a few years ago. But I believe he was seen incognito at an anti-national park rally just a few weeks ago. So anyway, these assets would not only solve our council tax problem, it mean that all the people in Dumfries and Galloway would have a council tax holiday in 2025. Yeah, and I had a vision of speaking to Mr. Garrett here about them, and with a beaming face, he say, Richard, you've saved our financial bacon. Ooh. But, as usual, the Lib Dem budget fell soon apart. First of all, this morning, I had a phone call from Ed Davey. He says, Richard, did you know that this morning Keir Starmer met with Donald Trump, and he has agreed that all Russian assets will be transferred to the USA to repay our debts to them for all their help in World War II. Oh, so Ali Garkot is a no-go. No sooner I had put the phone down when John Dowson rang. Many apologies, Richard. My hot air is needed elsewhere. Elon Musk has contacted me to his representative in Scotland. Clang! Then on the way to the meeting, I stopped off at Johnson's Bakery and Pie Emporium to collect unlimited free dough. Discover it was a typo, and the offer was a free Freddo with every dozen rolls bought. Oh. And even worse, I don't think I'll get my tenner back from Big Bert, the bin lorry driver. So here we are, apologies. We're left with three inferior budgets which we've got to make our mind up. So let's choose properly and hope that we'll get the best result for the people of Dumfries and Galloway. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. And you need to be careful of making promises on the behalf of other people. But anyway, we'll leave it there. Councillor Carruthers.
Thanks so much, Convener. So it was a point going back to the comments from the Labour group and the budget proposal and the mention of redundancy. I know we haven't signed up to taking away the no compulsory redundancy, but when I do read it, it does read. So I'm looking at 4.03 in particular, but for by the rest of them. But for all the savings set out above, it is currently only possible to realise these savings when vacancies arise and the formula is adjusted to the new level for recruitment. To change this position would require a redundancy policy. But take reassurance from what Don's saying. So I wonder when you go into deliberations, when we take a recess, can we make sure that's absolutely bottomed out? Because my understanding is quite clear that we've not signed up to removing that no compulsory redundancy policy, please.
Thank you. Councillor Marshall.
Yeah, it's already been said, but I think Councillor Hagman made great play on impact assessments and the need for them. But it's obviously quite clear that our leader, Councillor Thompson, when he was taking the saving on the admin and clerical staff, did not read the impact assessment with regards to requiring a redundancy policy. And it is quite clear within the template, you know, and that's why we refuse to take that saving.
Thank you, Councillor Marshall. Councillor Slater.
Yes, thank you, Convener. I would like to make a comment on something within the capital plan. I know that the White Sands flood defence work that has been previously approved has to go ahead and is contained within all three budgets today. However, I have deep concern regarding the viability and affordability of White Sands Flood Protection Scheme. I share the concern of a large number of the Dumfries residents that this is a hugely outdated proposal now that technology and flood mitigation schemes have moved on. There are also concerns relating to the loss of green space at the Green Sands and the impact on the local businesses during the proposed construction phase. I regard it as a very unfortunate that the Council voted to progress this unpopular scheme. However, the work that is now ongoing will determine the project costs through a gateway review. It is suggested that a report will come back to the Future Economy and Infrastructure Committee for a decision of whether the project is still viable and affordable. I believe that the report, because of its importance to Dumfries, should be tabled at the full Council. I would also ask, Convener, that if your budget is passed today, that you guarantee that the report will come to the full Council and it will contain accurate costings as well as other options for delivering a new innovative scheme that will allow the White Sands to continue in its present role and protect the Green Sands in its present format, along with the possibility of scrapping the project altogether as it can no longer be afforded. Thank you.
Councillor Slater, a report will be coming back to Council as to whether it's Economy and Infrastructure or full Council. That decision will be taken in the fullness of time. Councillor Dougie Campbell.
Thank you, Convener. When I first read the budgets, I was alarmed to see that the administration and Labour Party budgets included the options on mothballing. And this is at a time when there's a member officer working group is working to produce a robust and transparent mothballing policy that communities can be proud of and be confident that they are empowered through policy and procedure that takes into account local circumstances. I'm pleased that the admin and Labour have removed option 2, but I don't think that these options should have been brought forward at all. I think it's undermined the work of the working group, who have been working towards producing a draft mothballing policy for elected members, which will have specific detail on how we manage the mothballing of schools, where roles fall, and the provision of opportunities for communities to secure good education within their communities. So it was very disappointing that the templates were produced in the first place. As I said, I'm pleased that the administration and Labour have withdrawn option 2, but I firmly believe that neither of them should have been brought forward whilst the working group has been working towards producing this draft policy. And to be honest, I think we deserve an apology because we do feel undermined.
Thank you, Councillor Campbell. What progress is being made with the policy at the moment?
Well, the policy is moving along. There are specific details that I don't want to go into because all the material we receive is marked under confidential, so I'm not going to discuss it in the public domain. The policy is making progress, but we're still to carry out community consultation, which is really, really important. And if you think back to when myself and Councillor McFarlane presented our mothballing motion this time last year, what we emphasised was a policy that impacts, a policy that takes into account community impact. And these options just look like a cynical savings option, rather than taking into consideration the impact that school closures has on communities.
Thank you. Councillor Stephen Thompson.
Thanks for using my Sunday name, convener. So it's just really, once again, it's just to come back on the no compulsory redundancy bit, because I think we've had the clarification. I would expect that officers wouldn't be providing us with competent templates that went out with of existing policy. I don't think that's what we expect or even would even suspect even. So it's just, Councillor Marshall did come in quite specifically about this after we'd had answers from the Chief Exec and others. So can I just double check for the sake of people who are having difficulty with this? Can I get the assurance, as all members would want, that anything presented to us by officers as a template is within existing policy, and that policy does not include no compulsory redundancies? So it's just to get that assurance, because somebody's either picked something up or read something wrong or misunderstood or had a bit of a thinking gap or whatever, but I don't want that to be seen as a sort of competent line of criticism, because it's clearly not accurate. And if I could just get that assurance, that will confirm that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. And I think Councillor Marshall did say when he started on his comment that he had received those assurances. But Vlad?
Yes, I can confirm that it'll all be within the current policies that we've currently got, and there is some explanatory notes within the proposals in terms of how that would be applied. As we know, we've got DG Transform, which forms part and parcel of our current policies, and that's what would be applied in terms of those particular budget proposals. So it is under the current policies.
Councillor Drysdale.
Thank you very much, Convener. Just quickly to say, whilst I wasn't in my wetsuit, behind the scenes, I'm sure we were all running around like Superwoman or Superman. I think we were given the opportunity as elected members to listen in this last week to our constituents. Every single one of us will have received phone calls and emails, which we've all hopefully reacted to. So with regards to that, I'd just like to ask a couple of questions, if that's okay. In 2 of the budgets, we've agreed to receive a report to future education, skills and community wellbeing, which came up as the ELC in the questionnaire, which I think was extremely well covered by the Council. And I just wanted to ask, in the wording of both of these budgets, it states additional investment in additional support for learning. Can I just get clarity that that will include the very complicated system that we seem to have in place across Scotland, which is inclusive of ASN, ASL, ASLT and ASLL. It's taken me a couple of days to get my head around all of this myself. So just to confirm that the wording in both of those motions will cover that. Now that we've had confirmation, which is fantastic, from Paul and all the officers that worked hard behind the scenes alongside the leaders of each group and their teams, that we should receive 4 million as part of the 4 million government settlements. I just want to make sure that the motions are clear enough that that will encompass all of those positions, if that makes sense. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you. Who do we get bringing on? Paul?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the £4 million, that's what's taken into account in the figures that are in front of members this morning, so there's no change to that.
And the motions, who can confirm that it's all encompassing? Is that correct? Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Scobie.
Thank you, Chair. Like Dougie, I'm pleased to see that Labour and Tory have withdrawn the reference to the 10 and 25 template. And I'm quite sure that many of us, if not all of us, have received communication over the last day or so from the Rural and Small Schools Alliance that has sent shockwaves across the region to think that we're going to be closing small schools without going through a process and having a policy that deals with that. So I think that's to be welcomed. Also, in terms of what Pauline raised there, and I see all three budgets, motions at least make reference to ASN, ASLs, maybe know the acronyms that Pauline has referred to there, but I hope that that does bring the increased budget to the ASN and ASL funding that it drastically needs, in my opinion. Likewise, in the remarks made by the leader on her Tory budget, and that's recognition of the A77 and the A75, but she only made reference to the stag appraisal. I would hope that we would see a lot more lobbying activity from the A77, A75 lobbying groups, such as I'm unable to join that group because I'm not on the parent committee. But nevertheless, you know, I made reference to it at the debate on the National Park and how we need both roads upgraded to dual carriageway well before we ever get National Park status, if we're going to mean anything to all the services, health, education, the whole gambit, that we need both those roads upgraded. And I hope that her motion and the Tories' motion covers that it's a lot more lobbying activity that we need. In terms of lines in the budget to do with anti-poverty, we had an excellent presentation from Citrus Lemonade, and when they made the presentation to the Tackling Poverty and Housing Committee, they said they are only touching the top of the iceberg in terms of poverty in Dumfries and Galloway. And I would hope that those templates go back to the Tackling Poverty and Housing Committee, because there's one line in that particularly worries me, and that's the one that talks of 50,000 for fair share. This is crucial in Dumfries and Galloway to get to many of the people who are suffering from hunger and so forth. And yet at one time I think it was something like 56,000. So I would hope that we would continue the appropriate subscription to fair share to make sure that we're getting that food inlet so that we can distribute amongst many of the people in Dumfries and Galloway through the various projects that are existence. And maybe I could ask why that, what I believe was 56 is being reduced to 50,000 on that line in all budgets. So a number of places there that, you know, I would hope we can accelerate some of our activities around the work that's needed. In terms of the three budgets, I don't think you've got a fag packet almost between any of the three, but nevertheless, they're all here. But that's my observation of some of the budgets that are there.
Thank you, Willie. Councillor Drybrough.
Thanks, Convener. Maybe to sort of change flow a bit, I want to thank Councillor Wilson for putting the Labour Group budget forward. She did mention about the closure of the garden nursery, and I see that as a bit of an issue because of, you know, as she said, war memorials and Dumfries High Street. We want the High Street to be pleasant for people to go, and let's make sure that happens. I can't see any local groups getting together to take that particularly on. But there are a couple of other issues within that. On page 30, for instance, reprocurement of food caddy liners. Is that really a budget issue, or is it a maintenance issue that, you know, the department should be dealing with anyway? I look at page 103 and look at staff vacancy and the community safety, and we've seen some issues in recent months about, you know, some of the antisocial behaviour going on there. So I don't know if I'd be interested in that. But there are, throughout the papers, enforce the existing local policy or the council's policy. Well, if we're no enforcing it, somebody's not doing their job. And at the end of the day, that shouldn't be a budget. It should be a part of a review of that individual or group who are supposed to be managing it. And I just want to understand why these are coming forward with those particular headings.
Councillor Scobie?
Yeah, could I maybe get an answer to the question in terms of that 50,000 when I thought it was 56, if there's been a reduction in that line in the budget?
So who can help with Paul?
Yep, just to confirm that as is reflected in the template, the level of 50,000 is the amount that's required to support the continuation of the existing support. The amount has been determined in consultation by each of the groups with the relevant officers who are aware of the actual amount that's required for the upcoming financial year. I wasn't aware that it was actually reduced from £56,000, but I am assured that £50,000 is the amount that's required to support the continuation of that service in the new financial year.
I welcome that clarification, but could we just make sure that, you know, in terms of the 56 to the 50,000, that all the projects are being catered for? Pardon the pun.
Thank you. Dawn, do you want to come in about the policies?
Just in response to Councillor Driver's point about the enforcement template and the inclusion of that, and you know, I do recognise and understand the point that we have some items within budgets that are enforcement activity that is, you know, day-to-day work really, and also the application of existing policy. And I think it's a balance between, you know, that transparency and clarity for members around the activity that will deliver the budget moving forward, but we can certainly reflect for future budget processes, the inclusion of any activity that is within our legal powers and in line with existing policy, and we can explore that through budget panel as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. There was the comments from Councillor Driver were comments that I think every group's made about some of these items as why as it came to budget panel, and it should be something that's just getting carried through as part of everyday business to a certain extent.
Convener, can I come back in?
Thanks. Yeah.
Thanks very much, Convener. And I think, you know, I thought that was what the budget panel was set up for, so we can bring these things early as opposed to bringing it to a full budget council meeting. So if there's a way of taking that forward, if there was a way of looking at how we take those, you know, in-house, in-department, in-team savings, then we need to really know about those as a budget panel. But thanks for your response.
Thank you. I think as well, I mean, I'm cognizant of the fact that as well, by waiting to the budget setting process and going through this, we could have been making these savings potentially months ago. Councillor Stevenson?
Thank you, Chair. I've got a few points, so please bear with me. Just on some of the savings from the Conservative group, the reconfiguration of support for the Autism Attendance Care Experience team, it actually says in there that there will be some concern about the loss of specialist teams. However, management responsibility, overall reduction in the available capacity, but will have management responsibility to prioritise the support where needed. To me, that just marks more pressure for head teachers, and I think they're under enough pressure. And it says in it that it's to be mitigated by effective communication about the core in-school statutory offer. I'm not entirely convinced that that's actually enough. On education psychology, I think this is a terrible reduction when parents and children are at breaking point waiting for this help. The risks are far too high to accept this cut, and this is highlighted on page 98. I'm using the administration budget purely because so everybody can be on the same page. The restructure of the ALC, who will this impact? Have they been informed? On page 86, Sorry, bear with me. It says the final composition of these teams is still to be determined, so we actually don't know what we're voting for at this point. And on page 98 of the same one, it actually says, risk barrier, sufficient capacity isn't built in the 3-year period to ensure the early years staff in our ELC settings can meet the needs of all children without support from educational visitor. I'm really concerned about these, and on both the SNP and the administration budget, they've taken the reduced tech team and the clerical staff. Both of those savings, it does say, may not be realised because they can only be taken through vacancies. So in actual fact, we could be putting both sets of staff through incredible pain and hardship just now. It's horrible to think what they're thinking just now. And in actual fact, there may not be any savings delivered. And just as we're talking about impact assessments, the clerical staff are predominantly women. So here we are, and we may not be taking roles away from women, but once that job's gone, that's a job a woman could have applied for. So it also states on that one, sorry, again, bear with me, if I can find it. On the clerical team on page 85, impact on the council, these staff are critical to running the school. The only reason this is here is they do not deliver learning and teaching in schools, so will not impact on the council plan, but it will have a huge impact on schools. Thank you.
Thank you. Leader, you wanted to come in. Do you want to respond as well?
Thanks, Convener. It was just to pick up on a couple of points that have been raised by members. Councillor Scobie made mention of the A75, A77 and a report to an appropriate committee. I think it's Economy and Infrastructure. That was agreed. Councillor Dorward and I were very keen after the last lobbying group to ensure that elected members on this council were aware of what the lobbying group was doing, direction of travel, the opportunity to have a task force, a comms plan, a lobbying plan, and we felt it was really important that that work comes to members for an update, and obviously that would encapsulate the feasibility study as well. I had a conversation with the Cabinet Secretary for Transport last week, and I will keep the finger on the pulse with that one. So I just felt it was really important that that was explicit within our motion, that we would bring that forward. The second one was around the usual place, which a couple of members have mentioned, and I make no secret, I absolutely love the usual place. Their prawn cocktail is incredible, if you've ever had it. I met with them very recently and have kept in continual touch with them around what they require. I've had a number of conversations with the Chief Executive around supporting them and looking at options through Health and Social Care Partnership, through social work, through education. And my understanding is that the Executive Director for Education Skills and Community Wellbeing is engaging with them as well. So I'd very much welcome a report to the appropriate committee around the usual place, because I think the work they do is absolutely invaluable.
Thank you. Now, we've had a suggestion from Councillor Thompson, Councillor Wilson and the leader that there is an appetite for some form of discussion around motions. Councillor Thompson, is that correct?
Yeah, I think listening back to everything that's been said today, there's clearly some common ground and maybe some shared use of good ideas. And I think that would be helpful maybe, because we might have to vote for one budget, but we could agree one motion as well, because they're sort of in a way separated. So there's elements of the motion that relate directly to the budget, and the rest are basically, we're given direction based on collectively what this council as a whole chamber might want to see taken forward. And I think we can probably find something that we can all support in that regard. Even if we disagree on the actual final pounds and pence budget, we might all gain something from having a shared motion, which all members can agree on. So hopefully that's the spirit in which I was meaning that, convener. Hopefully that's the way it's taken. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, I'm happy with that as well. And helpfully our motion's a lot shorter than the other two.
Thank you. So in that case, and as luck would have it, lunch is here as well. Councillor Marshall, come on.
Yeah, just a quick point based on the debate with regards to, and I think you said yourself, convener, that I think all members share concerns that some of these savings that were produced, for us to deliberate on in our budget proposals were things that could have been implemented either through service committees, etc., and didn't need to actually be presented at this kind of late stage in the financial year. So when you're in your deliberations, hopefully we could come up with something to review again to ensure that, in future years that we're not faced with this situation.
Absolutely, Councillor Marshall. So I would, Councillor McFarlane.
Yeah, thank you, convener. Just before we do sort of move on there, just in relation to the Labour Group's motion, they make mention of increased local clean power generation. Are they talking about nuclear, or how would they do that? Is it a green? Is it renewables? What is their thinking there? Just before we do go on to adopt that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Was that including nuclear power?
I think it was just to look at options, to be honest, of that. So, in our plan to be developed. Thank you.
Thank you. So I would propose that we then take a recess if everyone is happy. And we can allow half an hour for some discussion, if that is okay, and half an hour for lunch. So if we come back here at 20 to 2, or quarter to 2 actually, we'll make it quarter to 2, it's easier. So recess till quarter to 2. Thank you. Welcome back, members. There is still discussion going on in room 2. So if you could bear with us and give us another 15 minutes as a recess. I did ask if we needed a vote on it, but I was assured by the leaders in the room that we don't. So we'll come back at 2 o'clock. Thanks. welcome back. A composite type motion has been prepared and it now needs to be checked by governance and the Section 95 officer. So unfortunately, we're going to have to wait another 15 minutes until that's done. So just to make sure it's correct. So if we can take another 15, thanks. Members, welcome back. We have a composite motion, which is going to be the motion for each of the three budgets. Now, we're sharing that online at the moment. I understand, I think, is this printed copies now? We'll hand out the printed copies and you can have a look at them for 5 minutes or so, just to see what you think. And then the next stage is we're going to then try and agree if we want to go ahead. If the council's happy, we go ahead with this composite motion, and then we'll just go to a simple vote on the three budgets. Thank you. Welcome back, member. Have you had a chance to read through the motion? Is everyone happy to accept that motion with all three budget proposals? Councillor Thompson?
Yeah, no, I'm happy that we've reached at least on this point. I know each of them relates to our own specific budgets, but we're sharing the kind of best bits of the motions that we've all put together. Can I just, it's mainly like governance, presumably when we're agreeing the motion list, we're effectively considering through the relevant service committees and deliverables in the appropriate governance way. It's really just to get that assurance from governance. And also, when we're talking about when, we basically mean in 2025 that we're starting the process for these things. So just so that we're clear, we're hitting the ground running, as it were. Thank you.
Vlad.
Thank you, Commissioner. Just through yourself. In terms of the 2025, I think we can maybe put that in terms of just ensuring these are to be started, I think is what your words were, in terms of 2025. And in terms of the due governance, I think we've checked quite a lot of these. Well, I've checked all of them, but in terms of the ones that are in reference to that kind of due governance, I think we're content enough that they spell out where it should go next in terms of the various service committees or full council. But we can put, if members are content enough, that caveat at the bottom that it will go through full council, relevant service committee or council deliverables.
Thank you. Well, now we need to go to the vote on the three budgets that were presented. We have the administration budget as the motion, SNP budget as an amendment, and Labour budget as a counter amendment.
Thank you, Convener, and we'll go through the roll call as Councillor Dorward.
Councillor Dorward.
I'm being unusually pedantic, it's not like me. The first bullet point, it says it's published on the 20th of February. I might want to do I know it's been a really challenging, we're all meant to help here, and I'm a bit late, but it's the wrong date. Shift it.
Thank you, Councillor Dorward. Are we happy with that? Yep. So, Vlad, we move to the vote.
Yes, thank you, Convener. As hopefully members will recall, we'll go through the counter amendment and the amendment first. Everyone clear which one's which? Yep. Okay. So, okay, I'll just go through it. In terms of the counter amendment, that was proposed by Councillor Wilson, seconded by Councillor Dorward. In terms of the amendment, that was Councillor Thompson and Councillor McFarlane seconded that. So are we all clear on those? And we'll just proceed to the roll call. Convener?
Abstain.
Deputy Convener?
Abstain.
Councillor Bell?
Abstain.
Councillor Beretti?
Amendment.
Councillor Blake?
Abstain.
Councillor Brodie?
Abstain.
Councillor Dougie Campbell?
Amendment.
Councillor John Campbell?
Amendment.
Councillor Ian Carruthers?
Abstain.
Councillor Karen Carruthers?
Abstain.
Councillor Dashper?
Amendment.
Councillor Davis?
Abstain.
Councillor Dempster?
Abstain.
Councillor Dennerley?
Counter amendment.
Councillor Dorward?
Counter amendment, please.
Councillor Drybrough?
Counter amendment, please.
Councillor Drysdale?
Abstain.
Councillor Ferguson?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Giusti?
Abstain.
Councillor Hagman?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Hill?
Abstain, please.
Abstain. Councillor Howie? Councillor Hislop?
Abstain.
Councillor Ingalls?
Abstain.
Councillor Jameson?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Johnson?
Abstain.
Councillor Jordan?
Counter amendment, please.
Councillor Little?
Amendment.
Councillor Lowe?
Amendment.
Councillor McCammon?
Abstain.
Abstain. Councillor McFarlane?
Amendment.
Councillor Mayo?
Abstain.
Councillor Marsh?
Abstain.
Councillor Marshall?
Counter amendment, please.
Councillor Scobie? Counter, yep. Councillor Slater? Abstain. Councillor Stevenson?
Counter amendment, please.
Councillor Stitt?
Counter, please.
Councillor Thompson?
Amendment.
Councillor Walters?
Counter amendment, please.
Councillor Wilson?
Counter amendment, please.
Councillor Wood?
Abstain.
Councillor Young?
Amendment.
Okay, as members will see, amendment has 13 votes and the counter amendment's got 10, and therefore the amendment will proceed to the next voting and roll call.
Councillor Wilson.
Just for fun, can we ask for another recess, please? Like, not being serious, thank you.
How long would you like?
10 minutes would be great, thank you.
Chair, can I ask what the recess is for? Because my understanding from previous times when I used to sit in the chair, once the vote is started, you can't change anything. But if it's for some other reason, then I'm happy to accede.
I think I need a wee bit of help with that from Vlad.
Yes, that's correct. We've got a very clear motion amendment, counter amendment. I don't think that's the issue. So obviously it's been requested in terms of time, but the roll call will proceed as per the motion and an amendment.
Thank you. Well, I'm being informed that we can have a recess, so are we happy with that for 10 minutes? Is anyone otherwise minded? No, 10 minutes, thank you. Yeah. They're all on the same day, so it doesn't count. So if you can get back for 22. Councillor Campbell. Can we continue with the voting process, please?
Okay, through yourself, Convener, we'll proceed to the roll call in terms of the motion and the amendment. Convener?
Motion.
Deputy Convener? Councillor Bell?
Motion.
Councillor Beretti?
Amendment.
Councillor Blake?
Motion.
Councillor Brodie? Councillor Dougie Campbell? Councillor John Campbell?
Somebody's got the mic on. Amendment.
Councillor Ian Carruthers?
Motion.
Councillor Karen Carruthers?
Motion.
Councillor Dashbar?
Amendment.
Councillor Davis?
Motion.
Councillor Dempster?
Motion.
Councillor Dennerley?
Amendment.
Councillor Dorward?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Drybrough?
Amendment.
Councillor Drysdale?
Motion.
Councillor Ferguson?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Giusti? Councillor Hagman?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Hill?
Motion, please.
Councillor Howie? Councillor Hislop?
Motion.
Councillor Ingalls?
Motion.
Councillor Jameson?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Johnson?
Motion.
Councillor Jordan?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Little?
Amendment.
Councillor Lowe?
Amendment.
Councillor McCammon?
Motion.
Councillor McFarlane?
Amendment.
Councillor Mail?
Motion.
Councillor Marsh?
Motion.
Councillor Marshall?
Amendment.
Councillor Scobie? Councillor Slater?
Motion.
Councillor Stevenson?
Amendment.
Councillor Stitt?
Amendment.
Councillor Thompson?
Amendment.
Councillor Walters?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Wilson?
Amendment, please.
Councillor Wood?
Motion.
Councillor Young? Okay, as members will see, the amendment has 23, the motion has 20, and therefore the amendment is carried.
Thank you, members. We'll now move on to item 7, Housing Scotland Act 2006, Scheme of Assistance 2025 to 26, report by Head of Economy and Environment. The purpose of this report is to seek the agreement of Dumfries and Galloway Council to transfer the funding for the delivery of care and repair, the small repairs and home support service, food train at home and the dementia-friendly design project to the Integration Joint Board for 2025-26. Furthermore, members are also being asked to consider funding for the Council's Trusted Trader Scheme as part of the 2025-26 Scheme of Assistance. Jamie Little, Strategic Housing and Regeneration Team Leader, is here to assist members with any questions. Do we have any questions? No, so we'll go to the recommendations. Members are asked at 2.1 to agree, subject to agreement of the Council budget for 2025-26, a transfer of $948,000 to the Dumfries and Galloway Integration Joint Board to support the delivery of the care and repair service as detailed at section 4.1. 2.2, the transfer of £149,000 to the Dumfries and Galloway Integration Joint Board to fund the small repairs and home support service as detailed at section 4.2. 2.3, the transfer of £15,000 to the Dumfries and Galloway Integration Joint Board to fund the dementia-friendly design project as detailed at section 4.3. 2.4, the transfer of £37,400 to the Dumfries and Galloway Integration Joint Board to fund food train at home as detailed at section 4.4. And 2.5, the allocation of £50,000 for the Council's Trusted Trader Scheme as detailed at section 4.5. Are you happy to agree 1 to 5? Agreed, thank you. Item A, any other business deemed urgent by the Chair due to the need for decision. No other business deemed urgent, so thank you all for your contributions.
Thanks, Convener.